Jesus Christ, I didn't think that I freaking got up to get myself my water and my coffee and suddenly we're 8 minutes in. Also, hey preacher, how you doing tonight? This evening, afternoon thing. I don't know, it's 7 o'clock. The sun hasn't gone down yet, but I don't know what to call it. And we're broken again. I will never understand why A, VTube doesn't remember that VBridger has access. And B, why doesn't automatically ask when I try and connect it the first time. Oh, nice. I've been meaning... We actually got into a discussion about Final Fantasy XIV the other day. I've been kind of meaning to go back to it, but I've been trying not to do MMOs for my productivity's sake. Which has only somewhat been working, if I'm to be perfectly honest there. But I've been tempted to go back to RuneScape, and I've been fighting the urge. I technically did, for like 5 seconds yesterday, open up OSRS to check what my stats were. But I don't consider that really going into RuneScape. I skipped through here. Skipped through here. Actually skipped through here. Listen to those. I think we're partway through Mouse. Where we were. I sent people where I left off on the progress this morning on what we're gonna work on today. And I got a single response back. And they were kind of freaked out about it. I need this to be back at 5. It's very loud in my ears. Even if it's not too loud for you guys, it is very loud in my ears. But I will yap for a bit before we actually get into it. I will show off where we're at. And I probably will change the head and torso shape a bit for this. But I haven't done the arms yet, and I haven't added the tail yet, so it just looks kind of freaky. I'll also probably change the mouth shape a little bit, like, for the closed mouth portion. I also need to add eyebrows. The eyebrows will have to show up through the helmet. Is what we'll have to do. I'm just glad that my AC's working again. I thought that I'd accidentally fucked it up by running it through a segment that of the day that was too cool, so I thought the pipes froze and like got damaged or something. Can I sort by what? I need to sort my Steam page, or my, like, Steam library by, what drive they're in, so that I can actually clean up my G and my C drive. I mean, my G drive will clean up a little bit more once we're done with Gamma, and I just need a drive specifically for, like, big mod games like Gamma. Let me check something real quick here. Nope, I lost my train of thought. Nope, yep, that's gone. Okay. I will probably have, like, a few videos running while I work, because I do have some videos that I was watching through this morning. I may also put on the man, my brain is just fucking fried today, I guess. D&D campaign that I've been watching. Because I still haven't finished it, and I really want to... Hey, Hydro, hi. Oh, that bad, huh? You knew what the follow-up question was gonna be, and just, woof. You know, fair enough. But hi, Halo, how you doing? I can still ask you how you're doing at the very least. Yeesh. Yeah, that'll do it. Honestly, fair enough. The fuck is the point in handing me the option to freaking do it if you're just gonna tell me no? I am very tired is how I'm doing. I woke up, I had already set my alarm late because I got to sleep late because A, I was yapping with, family before I went to bed. But I also was late anyway because I was working on this. But I don't think I actually rolled out of bed until like partway through 6. So I decided I'm just gonna start late today because it's too fucking hot and I don't really wanna. Yeah, this. Oh. Uh, Working on the commission for Rex, which doesn't have its arms yet and doesn't have its tail yet, and also needs the second head for the PNG portion. But I did send a few friends this version of it because he looks so goofy without the arms and whatnot. I thought you were saying this in quotes because I didn't have it on screen at the time. Which was a fair call out on that. Yeah, 10% off is not exactly not exactly a spectacular discount. Yeah, I mean either way I didn't have it on screen at the time, so. Hello. Hi. Can I help you? I really wish that for games like that I could freaking mark something other than YouTube for it. Or like get detection for please freaking just stop sending me stuff, dude. I poorly reviewed your game because it's not a game. What is my time frame on this? So I'm looking around in background stuff. Oh, I have 60 days. I'll be fine. We'll have GTA 5 done by then, and I'll be freaking able to get a VOD for that done, and then I'll be able to edit down that for... Unlike freaking Heavy Hearts, where I freaking have the VOD sitting around, I just was so swamped that I didn't actually get around to editing the VOD down. And I should have known better. I should have known for another game that I wound up freaking requesting from the same group. From Shady Corner. That I wasn't going to be able to get it done in time because in Marathon Season, I do not have the time after I'm done with everything else. Oh, thanks to the posture. Ugh. I need to get myself another... I don't know how exactly to describe it. Another, like, cushion thing for my chair. I don't even really shrimp. I just slowly slide down in my chair. Maybe? Maybe a lumbar cushion is the right thing. Hey Dio, how you doing tonight? Yeah, I had this old, like, cushion thing. Not, the seat itself is fine, but... Yeah, I definitely hear you on that one. I had to actually turn my AC back on today because of the heat. Oh, Texas, yeah, I definitely don't envy you on that one. Good fucking lord. According to a friend I have in Texas, you guys didn't even get the benefit of the couple cold fronts that we got here in the north. I'm tired. And hot. They're slowly cooling off thanks to my AC, but... Unfortunately, it can't fix the tired part. Oh, yippee. We were threatened by a tornado 2 weeks ago? I think. I don't know, all I remember is I freaking got woken up suddenly by... Not even the first or second one. The third one is the one where it freaking went, now we'll play the alarm. I need a lot of naps is what I need. The problem is that it's currently that I only just woke up. I say that. I've been up for about an hour. Also, in reference to the chair part, my chair's not fucked, I wouldn't say. The fake leather on it is peeled to hell and back because 3 Ohio summers without AC until now means that a lot of sweat freaking just cracked through like 90% of it. Like, there is no leather on the seat at all anymore. Yeah, we had, let me see if I can actually find it. How did I get in caps lock? I wonder if I can find... If I type it in with gel... Probably not. This thing's probably so old that it probably isn't even being made anymore. At least this version of it. But between cats lying on it and it needing to get washed and freaking just age in general, flattening it out over the years, I don't even really use it a whole lot anymore. Like, I haven't reset the actual cushion portion, the foam portion of it, since I last washed it, because I'm like, I can't be asked. It really did just get to the point where I can't be bothered to anymore. Especially because every time I do, the cushion is just wide enough that it doesn't want to close properly, and it's just falling apart on the inside. So at this point, I only use it for very specific things. And at some point, I'll get a replacement for it and possibly throw it out. I don't know if I'll throw it out or not. Namely due to the aforementioned cat. Because he's got freaking sinus issues, so he's really... For lack of a better word, he gets really nasty. His sinus issues made it to where he had to get several teeth removed, so he salivates everywhere, and also he gets very snotty in the summer due to his allergies. So it's nice to have a pillow that I can just leave in a spot that he can use, rather than him using my chair, which I obviously can't just throw in the washer. He hasn't really come into this house as of recent. He tends to spend most of his time over at my dad and sister's house. But, you know, better safe than sorry. I need to re-rewash all of the cat beds. Because Gimpy got his fur all over all of them. And sending him through the wash that first time didn't get all the fur off of them. Eats your walls? What the fuck? I mean, I guess that makes sense. My sister's dog eats random wood scraps off the floor. For some reason. She eats random stuff off the floor just in general, which is thankfully not been an issue because it's mostly like biodegradable stuff. But you know, when we're renovating and whatnot, there's always the chance that we wind up having an issue. I don't even know if what we're in at this point is like accurate to call it renovation at this point, because we're not doing any major like painting or door replacing or anything currently. There's still stuff that's getting moved around, but I don't know. That's true, dogs do just be doing that. They also like to just roll around in anything. Thankfully, this morning, the only thing she rolled around in is very wet grass. So, she just got very, very sopping, rather than, you know, the other day where she rolled around in goose shit. Which was a problem. If she's just wet, all she has to do is dry out. I actually am going to be doing a similar thing. Not turning it into an office, but Camilla Bombette, not the imp, did a video a couple days ago, or maybe just yesterday, I don't know. I just saw it while I was skimming. When was this? Oh yeah, only about a day. But she did a video on setting up like a proper voice acting area, and, you know. It would be kind of nice to be able to remote voice act professionally again. Is it really, again, if the single thing that I did was not very... I mean, I guess I did do it. I don't know. It's in a weird spot, that one. But I have a closet. I just need to clean out shit from it. And then I have plenty of moving blankets. That's not even a trouble. The primary issue with that closet is that it has a big-ass dresser in it. Which, honestly, No, it's filled with other shit. That's the problem. I had to move some stuff in my living room, and then probably move that out into the living room. And then reorganize some stuff in there. I also, in general, need to find a place to put all of my equipment, I guess is the best way to put it. All of my costume stuff from when I was doing shows. Because I've got my 2 swords. I've got not my outfit proper, because the pants are hanging on the door of that. And the shirt was on loan at the time. But all of my, like, personal effects, the belt, the freaking pouch, the freaking... my cloak. Actually, no. My cloak, I think, is in my bedroom. Well, part of the thing is that one of the things that's in that dresser is one of the drawers is full of, like, first editions of a lot of old comics, which probably won't be sold due to sentimental value, but, like, I know that the moment that I do anything with them, my uncle's going to be like, oh, hey, by the way, I finally have a place set up. Do you mind sending all of my comics back to me? Yeah. All of those are freaking not going to the dump for sure. If they were to do anything, if I were to say the sentimental value is not high enough on them, then obviously sell them first, because most people that are going to buy them are going to actually, you know, take care of them. Even if they flip them to a higher bidder, at that point they're in collectors' hands, so they're not going to freaking just torch them in most cases. But I need to move some stuff in the living room, and I think that the living room's where that dresser's going to go. I know for sure that that dresser's not going over into the main storage building, because that building is not climate controlled well enough. Any metal thing that's gone over there is rusted. So, all the paper goods in there would be fucked. Where's the second notification? Oh, okay, it's Yuku. Yuku's gone live. But yeah, at some point I want to set that up. The problem with that is that I don't really have a second setup, I guess is the best way to put it. I could probably scrounge another monitor, I could probably scrounge another X, Y, and Z. But I need another hard drive for the PC that's in there. It doesn't even need to be very large, it just needs to be able to have an OS on it, and then recording software. I have my old PC and the other PC that was sent to me because my uncle, for some reason, thought that I wanted the ancient 2005 computer instead of the computer that I built for my grandmother. When I was asking for the computer back. I don't think I exactly have a monitor, but I do have a smaller TV sitting around somewhere that should work. Considering I only really need one monitor for voice acting stuff. Because as opposed to streaming, I don't need freaking... I don't need to have 6 monitors for, like, recording software, freaking... any art, or freaking... OBS, all that shit. All I need is one monitor. I can freaking have the script on one side, OBS on the other side to make sure that I can see the start recording button. Bing, bang, boom. Then I put the audio file onto the flash drive, and I do all the editing and whatnot over on my main rig. I think that closet actually stays pretty cool, too, so... you know, bonus points. Because it doesn't face the sun. It doesn't have any windows, so... it doesn't just turn into a fucking boiler. What I'd really like... and this is, like, very far future, obviously... is I'd like to save money and... slowly... like, first thing I'd want to do is get a basement placed somewhere. Because obviously, below ground is cooler and also warmer. It stays at a more constant temperature, so you don't need to freaking spend as much electricity on temperature control. But get it a decent size so that I can still have the offices and all that stuff. and bedroom and whatnot. Enough space for a bedroom, and then also enough space to at least store most of the stuff. Get this house torn down, because it's a trailer functionally. To call it like a full-on house is probably not accurate. It's a prefab is the word for it. But the foundation on this house is falling apart, so get a basement done with the intent of having an actual building put on top. Probably not like not one of those fancy like 2-story houses or anything. But like have an okay house like on top of it. I've got space like on my property to where that works. Just gotta remove some of the shit that's in the way. The ye old fallen tree being the prime example of things that need to be removed. But things of that scale require a good chunk of money, and unfortunately, freaking currently, I am in one of those positions where my bank is outright trying their hardest to make it to where that's not an option. With that fantastic surprise $800 mortgage boost. The fallen tree is the reason why my freaking roof leaks. I mean, realistically, I shouldn't have a house if the branch of that tree had fallen anyway aside from it peeling due to termites. I don't know if it was termites or if it was carpenter ants, actually. It was probably carpenter ants. That's what we have around here. But luckily it peeled, so I'm not missing a house, I just have a very damaged house. And every time I've gotten quotes for getting the roof repaired because, oh, whoops, we changed companies at the convenient time right when that happened. Sorry, but we aren't going to cover that. You know, classic American insurance. But every time I've gotten quoted, it's been like 10K to freaking repair my roof. And the amount of damage that's gone in since then is honestly probably more worthwhile to just full send if I ever get to that point. And go for freaking... just full-on replacement. That's like currently... It's not insurance, but it is insurance related. My dad got injured at work, and he's having to sue them for the workers' comp right now. Because they were trying their hardest to not actually pay out. He's got no use of his right arm. He's concussed. He's got spinal injuries from it. And I feel like he also freaking injured his leg. I don't remember exactly on that one. But they were trying their hardest. They freaking sent him to a company-paid doctor as quote-unquote the only option for that. They've tried avoiding sending him any of the paperwork. They've tried avoiding telling him when his appointments are to get checked for this stuff. And a pile of other things. Like, he ranted at me for an hour this morning about all the things that they've been doing to try and avoid just paying him his workers' comp for... According to his doctor that he went to for a second opinion, possibly being only inches away from being paralyzed? But the workers' comp lady is like, oh, we'll see you in a week. From when he originally got injured. It is actual absurdity. Just how much they're trying their hardest not to freaking... Well, he's talking to lawyers currently just due to that seeming to be the only option at this point to get it in any, like, timely manner. Because he's not getting paid, obviously, because he's not working. But they're trying their hardest to not freaking pay out the comp. What they're trying to do is they're trying to... At least this is what it seems like they're trying to do. Obviously, who knows? Maybe it is just paperwork in the background. I don't fucking believe it, because this is also the company that fucked me over by firing me the day before I got my 90 days in. So they didn't have to pay me unemployment afterward. But Thankfully, he wound up listening to the lawyer and didn't go in. Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to squeeze him to where he goes in. Because if he goes in, then they can go, oh, but he came back to work. Clearly he's not bad enough to need workers' comp. I'll take my bonus for us having to mark him as being unavailable for those days. He doesn't need the workers' comp. I guess I can take that now. Because thank God that the US systems are so considerate to all these businesses and decided, well, I guess we'll still pay out the company because they lost so much productivity from losing that worker for those 3 days. They clearly need that. He's got to get a third cover on the check. Because he can't use a family doctor, despite the fact that he had to... The original person that he was sent to was literal friends with the workers' comp person. Like, open friends with them. We can't use a family doctor to get our second opinion. However, we can offer you one of our friends and someone in our network as our first opinion. And that's not labeled as unfair at all. It's so fucked, dude. And it's actually causing troubles because the portion that he's not getting paid for is the portion of the month that he sends to his mortgage payment. Which, if he also got fucked in the same way that I did, he's got an extra chunk of money that he's got to send to them. Because the reason why I'm in freaking stress mode right now and trying to do all these commissions, and thankfully, thanks to Rex for the 200 freaking on what was supposed to be only a $90 commission, knocks a fourth of that out, but me getting a surprise, hey, extra $800 onto your mortgage payment for the month. Which, freaking, I lost my mind. Not this last Tuesday is when I got informed about it. I do remember that because I was doing Tuhu Tuesday for that. Thankfully, I have a very supportive friend group and community that have really helped with, working toward that. I've already got... If I use everything that I have gotten exclusively for that, I'm at about the halfway point. It will leave me with very little breathing room afterward. But considering it was $800 just out of nowhere, I can't complain about the amount of support that I freaking have received. It has been insane. But hopefully he can get his workers' comp stuff and... Honestly, fair enough. I know that YouTube has... YouTube, for some reason, just decides that it's going to drop stuff off occasionally, and I don't know why. I don't know... I think it's because it is auto-translating it into a video. I think that's part of the problem. So, you know, an effective... Hey, Catcher, thanks for the follow. How you doing tonight? But yeah, that's what... At the same time... And thanks for the subby. But one of YouTube's best benefits is, at the same time, also a downside in that regard, because it's got to run through all of the... Not exactly checks. I had a feeling when it was like an immediate sub that it was you, especially considering. I appreciate it, though. I'm almost to a third of the... Speaking of, I'm almost to a third of the watch time on YouTube's side. In order to get memberships. Which means that I can get emotes and whatnot put onto YouTube. Yeah, it's amazing what happens when I actually, like, make stuff. Doing the daily shorts is actually, like, done so much. Because I know a lot of people have caught a lot of stuff due to that, and... It's gotten me out there a lot more. But it's amazing what happens when I actually give attention to YouTube, rather than just using it as a second streaming platform. Because I know that for a bit I did, to put it bluntly, neglect it a bit. Because after... I forget what happened. There was something in particular that happened where I kind of lost... like, any ideas on what to do for YouTube. See, I had, oh, right. I did a bunch of lore videos for Metro, and then after I ran out of things, I ran out of topics to cut, or like factions and whatnot, And I didn't get to do Exodus around that time due to it being Epic exclusive, because I didn't panic buy it. And then I freaking went, like, over a year before... Well, no. I went about half a year for Artist Archives, and then did exactly one of those, which in the end turned into VTuber Vault, which I did wind up actually doing now. But then it was, like, over a year before I did a few reviews... Which, I don't know what quality they are at this point. I'm gonna be honest. I'm afraid to look back at them because my quality probably wasn't that good in them. Because I didn't have a good format for them, if I'm to be perfectly honest. My little pseudo clickbait grouping. I did do another review, I guess, when I did Everhood, because I really liked Everhood enough to do it. The problem with the reviews was that it had to be either good or bad enough for me to... actually feel like there was something that I could say about it. But I also didn't want to review things that people that I was watching had already reviewed, because it's like, well, there's not a whole lot that I can actually add to it from what they've said. Because both the people that well, all three of the people. Yeah, nostalgic cringe is a good way to put it. It's like, I'm not gonna get rid of it because it's a major part of how I got to where I am currently. But it's like looking at old art. It's a major portion of like making progress into where I am. But God, has my quality improved to the degree that I can't genuinely say that it's good at this point. My feet are itchy as hell because I freaking had to... I had to give the horse hay today. And I got hay all down my fucking boots. I can delete this. This is worthless. The group isn't even alive anymore. I got lucky. I need to stop freaking even bothering to... look into / audition for... companies. Both the times I've done it within the year, they've turned out to be like dog shit. I never made it into, like, later phases of the things for them, so it doesn't really matter in the end, but... VTubing audition. VA auditions I haven't really had a problem with, but I also... Those you normally send the files in, you don't post them to YouTube. Both VShojo and Luminara... Jesus Christ. There's so many marks on my fucking foot here. Partially wondering if these are bug bites, actually. But VA, you normally send your file directly. Both of the VTubing companies have... Okay, I guess that the one wasn't posting it to YouTube exactly. VShojo wasn't exactly posting it to YouTube. It was posting it to totally not YouTube. It was like a pseudo Google Drive thing or something like that, which functionally uses YouTube's backend, like complete with the same YouTube play button. It's just not in the YouTube algorithm. Luminara outright wanted you to unlist a video on YouTube. And send them the link. But yeah, freaking... I haven't had any troubles with, like, VA audition groups. I haven't been requested, or, like... I haven't auditioned or been requested and then found out later that, like, whatever I was working on was by dogshit people or anything. As far as I know. I don't know. Maybe later down the line, freaking that one indie game person, I don't know, after they stopped doing anything, went and ate, like, 7 puppies straight out of, humane shelter or something. But both the major... I mean... I should have known that the writing was on the wall for Luminara, specifically. I mean, I found out later that the reason why... mine and several other people's specific question of, hey, if you're giving, like, 90% of all income to the talents and blah 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 and blah blah blah... How are you guys making a profit? How are you guys going to stay afloat for a year? Let alone indefinitely like you think you're going to? How is the sustainability supposed to work for this? Like... Yes, it's very nice, the idea of having money as a creator. However... You are a company. You need to be able to survive. There are going to be... If you are actually assisting me, there are going to be costs that you are going to be incurring. And most, what's the word I'm looking for? Most companies that you're going to have to engage with, for my sake, are not going to just say, yes, we will give you a bunch of free stuff in exchange for some good faith and a chicken sandwich. With zero proof that you can provide us actual benefits. Because if they believe that the person involved, that they're going to sponsor, can give them tangible benefits, they'll just go straight to them. But they... surprising no one by the end of it. Anytime someone would ask about how they as the company are going to stay afloat and make money for themselves for running costs, avoided the answer. And I don't know if they... how long did that company... how long did Luminar survive? It's apparently been eaten by a parent company now. So let me look here. When was... I think that I was still using Vegas, actually, when I made this. So let's look. Oh, was I actually already using DaVinci for that? Be videos. I was, so that it survived a lot less than I thought it did, because I haven't been using October 3rd. So if we go and say that they had their first wave about a month beforehand. So September is about when they... so September to October, October to November, November to December, December to January, January to February, February to March, March to April, April to May, which is when they have their last post that was actually, like, their stuff. May to June, June to July. So 10 months of 10 months of life. Like, one of the fastest turnovers I've seen in a VTuber company. Give me one moment. Give me one moment, though. Let me... So if I pop over to this, are you gonna get bombarded with moth? Yeah, I have Juniper on my Firefox right now. Because according to the pin on it, I was getting my stream streak, but according to the pin on it, she's going to talk about the figures real quick. Which... Jesus Christ, I had talked about how the figures came out. Even the box, like, shows what the original design was supposed to be for the figures. And... holy shit. That can go here. I'm trying to figure out how I want to... Like, I want to kind of do... This goes up to about the cheek level. This is too long. Is that the right length? Should be about the same length. Yeah, we're good. Fuck you! Alright, good luck with the movement stuff. Not free transform. I just want to scale and rotate. So this needs to go here. All of this needs to kind of be shrunk, I think. I think that I'll rotate this a little. Not that. Let's see here. I don't like this angle for the arm. I'm gonna be honest. God damn. Oh, fuck. I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alrighty, that's not the right scene. That's the right scene. Oh, also, I need to change this. It needs to be at 21, I think. No. Yes. No. $16. For some reason, I thought the desktop gave 15 yesterday. Let me double check to make sure that I haven't actually forgotten to add any others. No. Hey, Evan, how you doing tonight? I will grow this a little. What style shield do I want? Maybe we just do a heater shield? I want the shield to be not too big. I want it to be small and cute. I do want to be a little cheeky here and move this a little further back so it covers over this. If I'm to be 100% honest. This also should be more like this, because the straps should be here and here. Yeah, I already have that. I am literally just going to grab this. This needs to be over this. Is that not the sword? That's not the fucking sword! Where the fuck's the sword? Oh, that's what it was. I need to make this shorter and stumpier. Do wanna... I'm gonna have to copy this later anyway, but I do wanna put a copy here for the purposes of... Fill all my stabilization on my freaking eraser. I don't need the stabilization here. I'm not freaking... Get a big old tail going on here. Wait, what the hell? Why didn't you let me erase that for a moment there? These eyes look so fucked until there's color in them. Because they look like just dead eyes, despite the fact that these are just really big irises. I can close that now. I think that I want... switch over to videos for a bit.
How goes it? I've been better. I hope things get better.
Nice work.
Thanks. Spartans aren't the only badasses in the UNSC.
Okay, it's time to talk about and in-depth review the Sergeant Johnson prequel campaign in Campaign Evolved, Operation Meteorite. Now, you may have seen this thing getting absolutely blasted on social media over the last few days, and I will say, I think some of that blasting is warranted, but I think some of it's kind of overstepping a little bit. So I have a lot of thoughts about this campaign, its story, its gameplay, its cutscenes, dear God. And today is the day where we finally go through all of those thoughts. Make sure you stick around to the end as well, because I've actually given this campaign a score. I wasn't going to originally, but I got to the end of writing this and I thought, you know what? I can score this now, so stick around to the end for that. So, I want to start out by talking about the most important part of a campaign, its story. Now, in my original broad overall review for this game, I said that the Johnson campaign is a story that has good bones and ideas, and mid to poor execution. And you know, the more that I've gone back and played this campaign and thought about it and watched videos of it, the more that view has just been cemented. The main problems with this campaign, I think, are twofold. Firstly, I think it tunnel visions way too much on the wrong plot point, the ODST and Spartan beef, which in turn drowns out the other plot points that I think were far more interesting. And secondly, the animation, direction, and editing of the cutscenes is genuinely abysmal, like so bad that it absolutely detracts from the overall story.
Follow that tune.
But we're going to come to that soon. So, like I said, the
Follow that tune.
Tracks from the overall story. The abysmal, like, animation, direction, and editing of the cutscenes is genuinely abysmal, like, so bad that it absolutely detracts from the overall story.
Follow that tune.
But we're going to come to that soon. So, like I said, the overall idea for this campaign is pretty cool. Chief and Johnson are on a top-secret only operation behind enemy lines to retrieve nav data that will aid in the discovery of what they believe is the Covenant's homeworld.
Cut and paste.
In the process, they end up running into an extremist subfaction of the Covenant, the Sacristan Order, who are conducting genetic experiments on Covenant member species to essentially create hyper-controllable bioweapons out of them. They also encounter a company of ODSTs who were taken prisoner by the Sacristans, and of whom's leader has an issue with being rescued by a Spartan, which drums up the strife between ODSTs and Spartans that has existed in Halo's lore since the very beginning. Now, both of these plot points are genuinely interesting. You'd expect the experiments going on board the ship that are very left field for the Covenant to be the kind of main plot point for the story, whilst the ODST Spartan beef kind of ends up being the subtle undertone of the story, the subplot, so to speak. But the problem is that that's not the way they do it. It's the other way around. Once these experiments are introduced, they are never mentioned again. Their presence is next to zero in this campaign. The Prophet, the Minister of Harmony, essentially created the Rage Virus, as it was supposed to be in 28 days later, in a bet to try and make the brutes more controllable. He was also experimenting on elites and jackals as well, which we now know led to the creation of their Halo 4 and Halo 5 designs. They are quite literally genetic abominations, created by an ultra-zealous prophet who's doing it because he was so obsessed with the Forerunners' ability to genetically modify themselves. This is such a cool plot point and idea for a Covenant character and subfaction, and yet in the narrative and the gameplay it's almost non-existent. Firstly, these genetic abomination elites and jackals aren't even in the gameplay at all. They are literally just stored in tubes. The only experiments that are the brutes, the brute martyrs, but frankly they just behave the exact same as the brutes always have done in the gameplay. They're normal, and then you do enough damage to them and they go berserk. Except their berserk animation and behavior is ironically so much less intimidating than, say, Halo 2, where you could really feel their pure rage and aggression breaking through the gameplay. If they'd used Halo 2's hyper-aggressive berserk behavior, then it would have been so much more fitting because it would have upped the contrast between the brute when he's under the effects of the rage inhibitor and the brute when the rage inhibitor is broken. But that contrast here just doesn't really feel that present. Not choosing to focus heavily on the Minister of Harmony essentially going full Umbrella Corporation and leaning into the horror of his creations and how those creations might mix up the gameplay and also provide a new angle of narrative for the Covenant, and instead choosing to focus on the relationship between Spartans and ODSTs was a massive misstep. It turns what could have been a genuinely unique story, an angle of the Covenant that we've never had before, into a story that feels like something we've had a couple times before. And on that note, let's talk about the whole Spartan ODST beef thing. So I really like the fact that they included this. It's been in the books literally since, I think, honestly, Fall of Reach, but we've never seen it in a game until now. And I mean this in a good way. You can really tell that novel writers had an input on this game's story because of its inclusion and also the way it's handled. However, for mega casual fans of the franchise who don't know a ton about Halo's lore, I'm seeing this plot point really get lost in translation. I've seen a lot of people saying that Williams just comes off as a girl boss, but I gotta say I don't really agree with that. Yeah, she's a bit cliche, but I mean, she was defending a planet that was being glassed and was then captured by the Covenant and literally hunted for sport. Given that, of course her demeanor is gonna be a little bit off. She also technically outranks Chief and Johnson as well, given that she's a lieutenant, so it's not like any time she's kind of off with either of them, she's breaking the order of rank or anything. And I mean, also, she's an ODST. ODSTs are typically quite gruff and blunt due to the nature of the kind of soldier they are and the missions they're sent on. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Williams is like a Veronica Dare or, I don't know, Meryl Silverberg kind of female heroine character. I don't think she's anywhere near that good. But I really don't think she's as offensively bad as some people are trying to make out. That said though, I will admit, one of her final lines definitely doesn't help her case.
Spartans aren't the only badasses in the UNSC.
Yeah, that was a little bit corny and forced. I'm not gonna lie though, I did think that Williams' death was quite forced and not particularly earned. It really felt like a byproduct of an overfocus on the whole Spartan ODST beef thing. Realistically, there was no ticking time bomb on the ship or anything like that. There was no reason why they couldn't have just hung around a little bit longer and tried to figure out some kind of alternate plan that didn't require the entirety of Tiger Company sacrificing themselves. I feel like the writers were desperately looking for some kind of emotional crescendo for this story, and this was really all they had. But you see, if they spent more time focusing on Harmony's experiments, I feel like they could have found a much better and much more organic crescendo instead. Almost like if they treated it like a BOW outbreak, for example. Like these horrific genetic abominations are spreading throughout the ship and are trying to get off of it. So we need to blow it now or they're gonna go rampant across the galaxy. I just feel like if they'd gone from that angle, there were so many more interesting, massive crescendos they could have hit instead of Williams just going down with the ship. Unlike Johnson's death in Halo 3, which Marty himself has kind of admitted was forced because they needed some kind of emotional crescendo, this one falters because we'd only been with Williams for a level and a half. I didn't really have any emotional connection to her, unlike Johnson. And speaking of Johnson, his characterization and writing in this story kind of felt like a sort of smoothed out and cleaned up version of Bungie's Jonathan. In Bungie's games, he always had a little bit of grit to his personality, and I felt that in Silent Storm as well. But the best way I can describe Jonathan here is that it just feels like that grit has been smoothed out. Some of the line delivery is a little bit rough and feels kind of forced as well, which definitely doesn't help. He almost just feels like an uncanny valley replica of Johnson, to be honest. He definitely does not feel like a natural continuation of David Scully's Jonathan, that's for sure. I also just feel like, broadly speaking, not much really happened in this story. Sure, the ship gets destroyed, but nothing like large scale ever happened with any of the experiments. They're kind of just gone, and Harmony gets away as well. Of course, we end up finding that nav data for High Charity, but this ending has like zero punch because of what we know comes after. Like, we know for a fact these coordinates that the entire mission was focused around retrieving were never actually used for anything. I mean, the only humans that ever go to High Charity were Marine POWs that get captured, or Chief that goes there because the Gravemind teleports him there. So the thing that this big final crescendo is focused around is ultimately pointless. And also, unless I'm completely misinterpreting something here, I feel like it almost entirely invalidates Operation Red Flag as well. The whole thing with Red Flag was that most of that operation was meant to be hijacking a Covenant carrier and boarding it and commandeering it so that we could retrieve the nav data for the Covenant's homeworld, High Charity, and then go to it. But like, steps 1 and 2 and possibly 3 of Red Flag are now invalidated because clearly we already had that nav data. These levels take place a year before Red Flag was ever conceived. So like, why did we need a Covenant carrier for Red Flag? Why couldn't they have just taken a Halcyon class ship there or something? Honestly, I feel like the only point to this post-credit scene kind of was to act as yet another not so subtle hint towards the Halo 2 remake. I mean, it's literally one of 3 not so subtle hints towards the Halo 2 remake in this game, so I would imagine that was part of why it was written. Honestly, I would have much rather this scene have been following Harmony on High Charity, either meeting the Hierarchs, for example, or going to the Sacred Promissory and watching the Prelates train. That would have been so much more interesting. I just wish that this campaign had focused more on Harmony, the Sacristans, and of course his experiments over ODSTs and Spartans beefing. I just feel like those ideas were so much cooler, and not focusing on them feels like wasted potential. Okay, the time has come. Let's tear that band-aid off and talk about the cutscenes. Now, I do not have much good to say about these cutscenes, quite frankly, so let me just get through what little good I do have to say about them first. So, I really like how they made that fist bump thing a sort of reoccurring motif for Chief and Johnson. I always loved that little moment in the Delta Halo cutscene in Halo 2. It was such a small little detail that simultaneously implied a history of understanding between Chief and Johnson. And seeing them do it to each other a couple times in these cutscenes played into that quite heavily, and was just a really nice little touch that added consistency between their relationship in Halo 2
I think that put too many teeth.
What was that? I just nitpicked something that I like? No, that's crazy. I'm sure the people that consistency between their relationship in Halo 2 and this was just a really nice little touch that added consistency between their relationship in Halo 2 and this campaign. What was that? I just nitpicked something that I like? No, that's crazy. I'm sure the people that complain about me nitpicking all the time are going to be all over that. I like how Williams' demeanor changes when she's talking to Johnson over Chief. Like, she's much more forward and relaxed with Johnson as opposed to Chief, and I think that her voice actress did a really good job with that. Also, fun fact, Williams is actually played by Julie Nathanson, who played Samantha Maxis in Zombies literally since World at War, so that was kind of a cool moment when I realized that. I thought Johnson listening to Shredding in his Oni AirPods was pretty cool. Also, fun fact about the origin of Shredding as a Halo song. Originally, Marty and Michael wanted to use Paint It Black in the Jenkins cutscene, but they couldn't get the rights back in 2001, so instead, they wrote Shredding, and now it's being reused again, which is pretty cool. And I did like how they reused Halo 1 Covenant dialogue in different contexts. It felt really familiar, but also very natural at the same time, which is the perfect combination. But to be quite honest, they are the only positives that I have for the cutscenes in this campaign. Just like the main campaign, the way that they cut in and out of gameplay is extremely jarring. And also, the audio falls out of sync as well. The animation quality of Chief and Johnson is hit and miss, but oh my god, the animation quality of the Covenant is genuinely atrocious. Like, just look at the animation of this jackal running away here, and then compare that to the way that Blur animated this jackal sniper in The Day at the Beach for H2A 12 years ago. This jackal literally just looks like a human in a mocap suit. But it gets worse. Just look at how the Covenant move here. It's like some Source filmmaker amateur hour shit. Like, genuinely, what happened here? Like, just watch the animation. What the fuck are they even doing? And the direction and pacing of this cutscene are even worse. So you're telling me that Chief and Johnson are pinned down by two grunts, a jackal, and an elite who are just stood out in the open. And then you're telling me that when both of them have a clear kill shot on a fucking prophet, they just stand there and listen to him wax lyrical. Like, bro, shoot him in the head. This genuinely might be the worst cutscene in all of Halo. What went on here, bro? I don't get it. Then jumping back a bit, I felt that Chief's boo moment in this campaign felt kind of forced and honestly like a pale imitation of Halo 2's. Halo 2's used a little bit of suspense to kind of let the absurdity of the scene settle, both visually and phonetically for a second, before Chief says boo and the grunt reacts immediately, and then the scene plays out. Whereas here, there's a massive gap of silence whilst the grunt stares at Chief, then there's another gap of silence after Chief says boo before the grunt reacts. So clearly, the grunt isn't being jumped by the demon speaking to him, which was very clearly the implication in Halo 2. Chief's helmet also doesn't even move when he says boo, and then the animation when the grunt runs away is just awful. And these long, awkward, drawn-out silences are unfortunately a mainstay throughout all of the cutscenes, with the absolute worst one being during the final Williams cutscene. So there's a shot of Chief and Johnson walking into the room, then there's a shot of Williams and Tiger Company sat down, then another shot of Chief and Johnson walking towards them, and then another shot of Williams and Tiger Company where she finally speaks. It's like there's no natural reactivity, like characters aren't naturally reacting to what's happening in the world, they're just following a very rigid outline of how they need to behave.
Nice work.
Thanks. Spartans aren't the only badasses in the UNSC.
It just feels so unnatural and just uncanny. All in all, these cutscenes are, like, I don't say this lightly, they are diabolical in most cases. I genuinely cannot fathom how some of these cutscenes passed quality assurance. Okay, let's talk about the gameplay now, and this one is quite the mixed bag, because I think there's some really cool moments in the gameplay in this campaign, but there's also a couple things that really drag the gameplay down. Of course, the main standout in terms of the gameplay is the Sacristan Order, the new arm of the Covenant. And visually speaking, these Sacristans are excellent. They look entirely new, using colours and small bits of design language that are entirely new to the Covenant, but at the same time, they still feel intrinsically Covenant in their overall design. This isn't a Halo 4 and Halo 5 situation where the Covenant just look like something else entirely. The Sacristan art style, both for the warriors and the environments, look and feel at home in Halo's aesthetic. Again, they strike that great combination of feeling familiar, yet fresh. However, where they really faltered was in the gameplay and the combat. They are literally just the regular Covenant. They don't fight or behave differently at all to the regular Covenant that you fight in the main campaign. And as such, I feel like their great narrative presentation just doesn't trickle down to their gameplay at all. The only difference are the Brute Martyrs, which thematically are pretty cool, but just fall so flat in the gameplay. Like, they have zero damage feedback. They are literally like shooting a brick wall. You don't smash their power armor like in Halo 3, you don't shoot off individual pieces of their armor like in Halo Infinite, or even shoot off their little hats like in Halo 2. You can smash their rage inhibitor, which, albeit does have a really cool visual effect, but as far as damaging them goes, there's just fucking nothing. They also have no variants either, not even any color variants. One of the terminals mentions that there's a brute chieftain in the hunting dome with them, but of course, that chieftain is nowhere to be seen. These martyrs have 0 rank variations, nothing. It's literally just the blue ones. I was really expecting this Covenant to have something new, whether it's the drones or the engineers or something entirely new like the Sharkoi or the Prelates, who are literally the focus of 2 out of the 3 of their terminals. But they don't. They are just the regular Covenant with poorly designed brutes and no additional AI behavior. However, one thing I will say, and this applies across the entire game as well, is that the legendary, at least legendary health balancing for the Covenant / the Christians is really, really good. One thing I was concerned about with this game, given that it's on the Reach engine, was that it was going to inherit Reach's bullet sponge enemies on legendary, and thankfully it didn't. The Covenant and the Christians are, for the most part,
I did not hear that.
Which was quite a breath of fresh air. Now, in terms of the level design and the environment,
I've heard the
I think
opposite.
they're pretty good overall in this campaign. We already touched on this a little bit, but the contrast between
I've heard
the
that they are
regular
very
purple
bullet
Covenant
spongy.
architecture and then the white and gold Sacristan architecture keeps the level design fresh and helps to stave off repetitiveness. And I really love the size of some of these rooms, and especially the hangars in particular. They kind of invoke a Halo 2 style Covenant architecture and level design a little bit, which I think was intentional. The hangar in particular honestly doesn't even feel like a level. It feels like a naturally existing environment that's had a level scenario applied to it after the fact, instead of the other way around, which is where all good level design comes from. There are a few cool little vignettes scattered throughout the levels as well, like for example, the dueling elites in the training hall, the ODST prisoners being walked through the prison cells, and of course the elite HVT who watches the fight from above, kind of like Predator. And there's one really cool encounter as well that really stood out to me, which is where you're going through that artificial forest and there are jackal snipers and camoed elites in the trees. Honestly, that to me kind of felt like they were trying to invoke like Space Nam vibes, sort of. Like they're in the fucking trees, man, kind of vibe, which I really like. Especially with the camo elites, them dropping down from the trees was really, really cool. However, that stuff aside, I gotta say, the overall encounter design in this campaign felt quite lacking, and again, I really don't say this lightly, a little bit low effort. Like, there are so many encounters in which you walk into a circular room, fight off 3 to 4 waves of Covenant who pour in through 3 doors equidistant from one another around the edge of the room, and then walk out. That encounter design isn't bad, it's fine once or twice, but there are so many instances of it in this campaign, and it really starts to get boring towards the end. I don't really think the backtracking sections worked very well here either, and that's coming from somebody who actually really likes the way that Halo 1 and Halo 2 did its backtracking. I think it lacks what made Halo 1 and Halo 2's backtracking work so well. Like, Halo 1's a good example. When you backtrack through the levels of Halo 1, the environments were mostly the same, but the context surrounding them had totally changed. The Truth and Reconciliation, for example, went from a pristine alien ship to a flood-infested nightmare. The Assault on the Control Room's rooms went from quiet engagements to multi-faction carnage. But here, you go back through the same hallways and rooms with 0 contextual change, which just makes them feel really repetitive and mars the intro to the final level. But of course, the elephant in the room with the final level and the campaign in general is the space combat. Now, graphically, I think this section is absolutely fucking gorgeous. Like, the Covenant ship looks immaculate, and the visuals of destroying the Banshees and the Seraphs and the turrets is honestly something that I cannot praise enough. That visual effect of the plasma is beautiful. The gameplay itself, though, is a little bit mixed. It's by no means bad, but it doesn't really do anything for me, to be honest. I feel like it really lacks the intensity of Reach's saber sections, something that is kind of a trend throughout this game, unfortunately. But watching the Burden of Proof leave the portal in real time is fucking awesome. Honestly, that moment took me by surprise, and I've seen it so many times, and it's never gotten old. The ship itself looks awesome as well. I love how like aggressively angular the design of the burden is. Awesome design. I really like the idea of the kamikaze seraphs as well, but it kind of falls a little bit flat when you realize that they forgot to add a fail state. So that section where you're supposed to defend the burden from kamikaze seraphs, you can just let all 10 of them hit the burden, even on legendary, and you still beat the game. Nothing happens, which I think is a little bit of a lapse in judgment. And the final gameplay related thing that I want to touch on is the music. Now, of course, this campaign made the bold choice of not having a new soundtrack, but instead reusing a medley of Bungie era soundtracks from all of their games. And overall, I really do like this addition. However, it's not perfect. There are a few little problems I had with it, notably certain tracks that Marty and Michael wrote for very specific moments, like for example, the track that plays when Arbiter assassinates Truth, that track, that plays in the game, and I feel like it feels a little bit out of place when it's not being played over the specific scene that it was wrote for. However, alternatively, there are tracks like Covenant Dance and Impen, for example, that are just fucking 50 out of 10 perfect combat tracks that really are interchangeable and could probably be used anywhere in any game and feel at home. And again, that first bit where the door opens and Impen starts playing, I love that. That track is so excellent, and hearing it used again was awesome. So, with all that said, overall, how would I score Operation Meteorite? Well, initially I leaned towards a 7. I was a pretty flat 7 for the entirety of this game. But you know, the more I think about the wasted potential of some of its coolest plot points and how it chose to focus on a theme that we've already experienced a ton over something that was genuinely so fucking cool and interesting, I feel like I'm leaning more towards a 6.5. I'm not going to be awkward and say 6.75 in between. 6.5 is what I would give it overall. I love some of the ideas of this campaign. I love the look of the sacristans and the experiments, and that stuff is so cool. I just felt like the game decided to focus on the less interesting parts of its narrative and its world over the more interesting parts to its detriment. Like, dude, honestly, this should have been the campaign where we finally fought a prelate. The terminals go on non-stop about the prelates. Harmony wants to go back to High Charity to keep a track on the prelates. The experiments that he's doing are to further the sacred promissaries and the prophet-like researchers' investigations into making prophet super soldiers. All that is teased in the terminals, and then it just isn't in the game at all. Instead, we just get the same Covenant from the main campaign, just that look different, which that's such a letdown. Yeah, my overall thoughts on this are excellent ideas, really unique ideas, and just execution that really feels like it missed the mark in a lot of ways, unfortunately. But what do you think about Operation Meteorite, if you've played it yet? If not, are you excited for it? Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments. On screen right now are 2 other videos that I've made about Campaign Evolved. Go check them out. Go sub as well if you haven't done so already. And with that said, let's round this one out there. I want to give a huge thank you to all of my amazing patrons for the continued support over there, as per usual. So, Campaign Evolved has been out for more than 2 weeks now, and ordinarily I'd leave it way longer before making a video like this. But with it being a campaign-only game that, as per Halo Studios' very own words, they have no plans to expand into a live service with continued content or feature additions, how the game is now is pretty much how it's going to be forevermore. So, with that said, I thought now would be quite an interesting time to conduct the post-mortem of Halo Campaign Evolved. And I have some data in this video that no one is talking about that I think you guys will find very interesting, and that's kind of important for all of us, so stick around because I cover that a little bit towards the end. But I want to start this post-mortem on a good note. What elements of this game have been received positively? Well, I think the absolute standout in that regard is 343 Guilty Spark. It's the most important level in Halo 1 and was the most vital level that they had to nail in this game. And thankfully, they absolutely did. In fact, I would actually argue that in quite a few places, the remade version of Guilty Spark actually kind of surpasses Bungie's version. The swamp design is translated perfectly into modern graphical fidelity. It looks surreal in UE5. But the best thing is that the intent behind its design was translated perfectly as well. It still has that foreboding, unwelcoming feel, but they went above and beyond, giving the trees an innately hostile design as well. The harsh red light emitted by Pelican Victor 933's troop bay and the fire surrounding it, combined with the spirit setting the forest ablaze, adds to that unwelcoming feel whilst enhancing the existing environmental storytelling. And then the piercing cold light breaking through the trees almost invokes a gothic horror aesthetic, which I think works really well in conjunction with the silhouettes of infected that you often catch off in the distance. And then these improvements continue into the facility. Certain rooms are coated in flood fog and spores. There's way more blood everywhere. And again, harsh red lighting is used on the containment room to instill an ominous sense of foreboding. And then the Jenkins cutscene is practically perfect as well. It kept the soul and the intent of the original whilst ramping up that found footage horror feel with more realistic marine behaviours so much. The improvements to the backtracking and the overall level monotony in Halo 1 seem almost universally loved as well. From the new rooms and the experience. As do, broadly speaking, the graphical improvements as well, in particular in the outdoor natural environments. Okay, that's all well and good, but off the back of all this positivity, how has the game performed? Well, we have some data to analyze that we are going to come to in just a second, but I've got to touch on something else first that has really rubbed me the wrong way with this game. And that's its marketing, or sorry, I misspoke, its lack of marketing. Besides a bunch of short-form videos, this game had absolutely no marketing whatsoever. It had no live-action trailer, no series of trailers, no ARG, no sense of community involvement, no hype trailers outside of show trailers, and no themed marketing campaign whatsoever. My real-life friends had no idea there was a new Halo game coming out until I told them that I had a review copy of it 4 days before it released. And these guys are not like super casual gamers, they are very clued into gaming. They play games a lot still, we play games a lot still, they pay attention to gaming news and gaming media, and not even they knew the game was releasing. They're friends with a Halo YouTuber and they had no idea. Which honestly, I think, although anecdotal, is a rather grim indictment of how poor this game was marketed. It being a remake means nothing either. I mean, Resident Evil's remakes get frequent hype trailers going into launch, and so do other remakes as well. At the end of the day, this was the first new Halo game in half a decade, and also the first Halo game under the new Halo Studios umbrella, and the total lack of marketing for it was frankly absurd. And so, with all of that said, let's pass through what data we have to kind of get an indication as to how the game has performed so far. Now, I do just want to preface this by saying that with the data that we do have, it's not enough to provide a conclusive answer as to whether this game was a success or a failure. I mean, with how spread out across various different platforms this game is, there are a million factors that we just don't have any insight into. But we can get somewhat of an insight. So, as of writing this video on August the 4th, Campaign Evolved is 10th on the US Xbox Most Played list, 11th on the UK one, and is peaking under 10,000 concurrent players a day on Steam charts. As per Matt Piscatella, who is the senior director at Cicana, which is a hugely reliable data tracking corporation, at its peak, Campaign Evolved was 4th for US daily active users on Xbox platforms, totaling 8% of total users. Now, Xbox platforms, I would assume, includes Game Pass PC as well as console. It was 14th on Steam, totaling 2% of active users, and 29th on PlayStation, totaling 1% of active users. But it did also top PlayStation's bestsellers list for a while. Now, this data is kind of all over the place, to be honest. First off, the Steam charts data is the elephant in the room because that data looks pretty grim, to be quite honest. The population after the full release of the game never went above the early access peak, and the current raw numbers are just grim. But topping PlayStation's bestsellers list with 1% of active users is actually pretty good. Now, it's hard to get an accurate gist on what figure this active users could equate to, but if active users means just PS5 owners in general, then that 1% equals 950,000 players, but if it equates to active PSN users, then it equates to about 1.25 million players, and that's all based on Sony's officially published numbers. So those numbers are much more positive. Okay, I'm adding this in after recording because yet another data analytics firm have just published some numbers, this time Amaya Analytics, who are an analytics firm that specialise in gaming data. Now, they're reporting that on PS5, Campaign Evolved has only sold 351,000 copies in July. And this data is especially notable because not only was it dwarfed by Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced, which is a remake of a highly popular AC game that was done in a very similar style to Campaign Evolved, but it was also absolutely dominated by the Black Ops 1 and BO2 ports, which were literally what I just said. They were straight up ports of the original games to PS5 with a few tiny feature changes here and there. And so this nullifies the excuse that some will make of Campaign Evolved maybe not performing well on PS5 just because it's a remake of a game.
Alright, I need to grab... Oop. This, so we get... so we can go over color now. But that looks a little bright. I want a slightly... Woo. Yeah, I want that shade of green, I think.
That people played, and it's not a massively different remake. These games are very, very similar, and they are dwarfing its sales, to put it lightly. Of course, do take this data with a grain of salt, as with all the other data we're covering, but if it is to be believed, then it really goes to show how poorly Campaign Evolved has landed on PlayStation. Xbox, however, is much harder to get a gauge on because there are like no raw player data or just sales figures for Xbox at all anywhere. And nobody quite knows what metric decides a game's ranking on the most played list. Like, is it daily active users, monthly active users, total sales, players under a certain time frame? Like, nobody has a clue. It's a random, ambiguous bit of data. And of course, with Game Pass PC thrown into the mix as well, that of course interferes with Steam data because there are going to be loads of people playing on PC who are playing on Xbox instead of Steam because they have Game Pass and get the game for quote-unquote free. However, even still, there is one thing that you can infer from Steam charts, and that's player retention data. Yes, of course, there are reasons that people might choose to play on a different platform, but there's no reason to believe that general retention differs based on the platform by any real significant amount. And clearly, based on these charts, player retention isn't doing too hot. However, it is important to caveat that by saying that this is not a conventional Halo game. This is a 10-ish hour-long remake campaign with no extra features that really drive any noticeable replayability. I'm sorry, remix mode is not a replayability driver as much as they wanted it to be. I mean, you look at the data, and considering the achievement for beating just one remix level on any difficulty is only unlocked by 2.99% of Xbox players, 3.6% of PlayStation players, and 6.6% of Steam players, clearly it's not just me saying that. Clearly this mode is not driving replayability.
Oops.
And of course you've got to factor in that this is a remake of a game that most people have already played, and it's a remake at that doesn't change a whole lot. Broadly speaking, for most casual gamers, this is going to feel mostly the same as the Halo 1 they've already played. So for most people, this is very much going to be a one and done game, or maybe if we're lucky, a two and done game. Maybe some people come back and do Legendary or do a co-op run. And so you can't compare these numbers to a full package Halo release with a campaign, a multiplayer, and all the trimmings, because it's just not the same thing. However, what you can do is take the data at face value, and at face value, you can clearly see that people are checking out of this game pretty quick. Clearly, it's not going to be an Elden Ring style campaign-only game where people just want to keep replaying it over and over and over again and don't stop playing it after years, even though it doesn't have a, at least, conventional multiplayer component. But numbers only tell part of the story. Of course, not every banger game is an immediate hit. I mean, look at pre-2017, for example. That game is a bona fide masterpiece, and somehow it just flopped at launch, which still hurts my soul, to be quite honest, but that's another topic for another day. So, how has Campaign Evolved reviewed so far? Well, per Metacritic, it's scored at 83 on Xbox, 80 on PS5, and 77 on PC. And so, from critic reviews, it's sitting at an average of 80 out of 100 or an 8 out of 10. But user reviews differ quite heavily. It's sitting at just 5.8 out of 10 across all platforms. And unfortunately, this seems to kind of correlate with most platform-specific reviews as well. On the Xbox Store, it's set at 3.2 out of 5, on PS5, it's sitting slightly higher at 3.9 out of 5, and on Steam, it's at 62%, or roughly 3 out of 5. So, granted, Metacritic user scores are a little harsher, the game's not exactly getting panned on every platform, but it's not exactly getting rave reviews either. And that leads nicely into the general sentiment surrounding this game. Outside of numbered reviews, how are fans, casuals, and just normie gamers in general feeling about Campaign Evolved? Well, I think those review scores quite accurately reflect the broad sentiment surrounding this game. Aside from a small handful of people, nobody's really saying that this game is a disaster or it's god-awful or the worst thing they've ever played. Definitely not. I think, at least from what I can tell, most people just think the game's sort of fine. I mean, at the end of the day, with how similar this game is to original Halo 1, most things that people loved about Bungie's Halo 1, they're gonna end up also loving about this game as well. I mean, if anything, this game's kind of just proven how timeless so much of Halo 1's design really is. But I do feel like the critiques of this game differ a little bit based on the kind of fan that's giving them.
Just what? Just what?
You know what?
What?
Just please.
Just please.
Sir, please.
Sir. Yes, just speak.
Let me.
So, amongst hardcore Halo fans, like you and I, who are mostly always active in the franchise, based on my interpretation at least, the biggest issues are the AI, ranging from how different and downgraded it feels compared to original Halo 1 for the Covenant and Flood in particular, to just how genuinely broken it can be at times. Cortana's dialogue, which is just a totally different interpretation of the character compared to Halo 1, and for most people, very clearly not a better interpretation. The poor direction, writing, pacing, and editing of the cutscenes. The change in the Forerunner art style to a more cold, sterile, shiny, grey and blue look over the style of the original, and missing core features like a photo mode, a theatre mode, campaign scoring and timing, and of course, multiplayer. Now, amongst more casual Halo fans, who I would kind of just lump in with the general gaming audience, so to speak, I think most of these criticisms ring true, but with more of an extreme emphasis on 3 in particular. Cortana, the lack of multiplayer, but then, of course, Lieutenant Williams. No multiplayer is being treated as like borderline sacrilege amongst general gamers, which, you know, I totally understand. I mean, this is Halo 1. How do you remake Halo 1 with no blood gooch? I will say the one positive that you can definitely infer from this is that there is still absolutely an appetite for Halo multiplayer across the broad general audience. They've just got to hurry the hell up and get whatever multiplayer they're working on out, hopefully next year, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. Again, with Cortana and the cutscenes, I don't think I need to elaborate on the issues with those, but those criticisms are also being seen far and wide as well. But the most broadly parroted criticisms with this game that I've seen amongst that general gaming audience pertain to Lieutenant Williams. Now, I said this in my review, I do not think that she is anywhere near the level of like a Veronica Dare tier character, nor is she anywhere near as good of a female heroine as like Meryl Silverberg from Metal Gear or Jill Valentine from Resident Evil, but I'm sorry, she is nowhere near as offensively bad as like half the internet has collectively decided that she is. But that's a different topic for a different video that maybe I'll make, maybe I won't, who knows. The fact of the matter is, large numbers of gamers didn't like her and thought that her story and her writing and her inclusion damaged the story of the prequel levels. Which does lead me to one last thing, actually. I do think that another thing that most hardcore fans and casual fans agree on is that the story of those Johnson levels was quite a letdown. Now, you guys don't need to hear my opinions on this game because I've given them so many videos already, you're probably sick of hearing them. But something that I thought would be quite interesting to kind of throw into the mix in this video, and it's something that I've never done before, so hopefully you guys find this interesting, is just touching briefly on how my videos on the game have performed. At the end of the day, video performance is kind of downstream of everything else we've talked about so far in this video, and there's some really interesting and rather stark data in here that I want to share, and I would like to hear your guys' opinion on, actually. So I'm just going to tear that band-aid off real quick and say that interest in content for Campaign Evolved has been drastically lower than what I expected. Granted, in the 8+ years that I've been doing YouTube full-time, I've only experienced one Halo release, that being Halo Infinite, which of course is a totally different game with totally different circumstances surrounding it, so the two aren't directly comparable, but compared to Infinite, in the same amount of time since the game's release, I mean, you can see the difference in views and watch time here. Views and watch time are less than 1/3 of what they were with Halo Infinite, and that's with more videos released, by the way. In that window for Halo Infinite, I posted 9 videos, and for Campaign Evolved, I posted 11, both within 12 days of the game releasing. Now, when it came to Halo Infinite, literally every kind of content just banged. Positive opinion-based content, negative opinion-based content, lore, guides, deep dives, you name it, there was a massive audience there for it, at least 6 figures, if not higher. With Campaign Evolved, however, things are a little different. The only content that has consistently performed decently to well is critical content. However, I am just going to put a little asterisk next to that because it's a little bit more caveated than just saying critical content. We'll come back to this in a second. There's somewhat of an audience for new lore stuff, but I tried to do an explainer for the original game's story, thinking that all the new PlayStation fans would watch that because to them, the story of Halo 1 is new, and well, that was a complete failure of an experiment, let's put it that way. Guides have an audience, but again, there's nothing compared to the audience they had for Halo Infinite, and positive opinion content really doesn't seem to have much of an audience, unfortunately. But that brings us back to the little asterisk. That brings us back to the caveat. So I tried something with content for this game that, frankly, goes against my better judgment. It's something that I don't really want to do, to be honest, but I figured it was worth experimenting with. So what I did was I tried wrapping positive/neutral content in negatively themed titles and thumbnails. And the data is really interesting. So the 2 main videos that I tried this with were my in-depth review and my mod video. The in-depth review ended up being way more positive than I thought it would be, whilst of course including some critiques as well, but I'd say overall that was way more positive than my first review, and the mod video was basically just, here, look at all these cool mods that make the game better. So I would say, again, mostly positive overall. And by wrapping these neutral to positive videos in negative wrappers, not only did they perform well, but people actually stuck around as well. Average view durations were really high on them. Were this just like classic clickbait where the title and thumbnail outright lie about the contents of the video? Well, views would be high, sure, but average
Jurassic World had a huge problem long before the Indominus Rex escaped. People were getting used to these miracles. A living Triceratops, a Tyrannosaurus feeding show, and a lagoon with something enormous living beneath the surface. At first, these things would have been impossible to look away from. But after years of tickets, hotels, the gift shops, even dinosaurs became part of the routine. And this is when the park started chasing something far more dangerous. A new attraction, a bigger reveal. An animal no one had ever seen before. And somewhere inside the pressure, the Indominus Rex was created. The public were told it was the next evolution of Jurassic World, a new predator, a new reason to come back, a creature designed to put people in the seats again. But when you start looking at the Indominus closely, it starts to feel less like a one-off mistake and more like the first version of a much larger idea. Much larger.
Hello?
The size, intelligence, aggression, even the camouflaging ability. A predator built from a list of features. A creature designed to shock an audience that had already seen something so magnificent in the dinosaurs. I mean, how could you top that? And once Jurassic World proved that kind of animal could be made, the next question becomes pretty uncomfortable here. How much bigger were they willing to go? Because the Indominus Rex may only be part of the story we were allowed to see. You see, behind the public paddocks, behind the guest map, Jurassic World was building something far more dangerous than a theme park. It had the science, money, restricted section, even the military interest. And sitting in the middle of the park in plain sight was proof that Masrani Global could already control something on a scale that barely felt like an exhibit anymore. The Mosasaurus Lagoon. Thousands of guests sat above that water every single day, cheering as an animal the size of a building launched itself from the depths. They saw the show, but Masrani Global saw something else. This was proof of concept of a huge, large-scale containment model, and even a public test at scale. A way to keep something enormous hidden beneath the surface until the exact moment they wanted people to see it. So today, we're following the pattern Jurassic World had left behind. You see, there may have been a project that the park could never reveal to the public. A creature too large for a normal paddock, too unstable for guest attraction, and something far too valuable to destroy. That kind of animal would force Jurassic World to stop thinking like a zoo and start thinking like a kaiju facility. I know that word sounds crazy when you pair it with Jurassic World, but hear me out. This is the hidden kaiju project of Jurassic World. To understand how the park could reach that point, you have to start with the business model. Jurassic World was built on wonder. And I know that sounds harmless, but wonder is the most dangerous product in a company's arsenal. The first time someone sees a dinosaur, they never forget it. Hell, you guys know that. The problem comes after the 10th time, the 11th time, the 15th time. Jurassic World was dealing with an audience that were getting bored of dinosaurs. So the park had to create a new version of something to draw the guests in. That's where they drew up the Indominus Rex. The Indominus was the answer to a very corporate problem. How do you make people afraid of dinosaurs again? So the animal was built to feel unnatural, smarter, scarier, more teeth. The first hybrid gets people's attention. The second has to go even further than the first. And Jurassic World had already shown that it was willing to go further than anyone expected. The Mosasaurus was proof they could contain a large aquatic animal. And this is how the Kaiju project started. They didn't begin with someone actually saying the word kaiju. They began with a small extension of things that already worked. You know, the large enclosures, the genetic splicing, and they ended up with something on a completely different island. Because if you're going for something of that scale, you're not going to build it underneath your park or even in the park. No, that type of thing would have to be kept secret. You see, Dr. Wu was not simply bringing back extinct animals anymore. He learned how to redesign them entirely. The animals are no longer limited by what once existed. They can become whatever the company wants, and they can become something someone else is willing to buy. Vic Hoskins did not look at the raptors and see a family attraction. He saw battlefield potential. Animals which would track, hunt, obey, an asset. A military asset to dominate an environment. Now we have a company willing to create for a buyer, and a lagoon proving that giant containment can work. All of this combination points to one direction: scale. And if you had an animal so large, it'd be very difficult to display in a public park. But it'd be extremely valuable in a restricted program, especially if the animal was aquatic or semi-aquatic. And then the ocean solves the biggest problem a project like this would face: visibility. On land, a giant creature is almost impossible to hide. Look at Godzilla. But underwater, scale disappears. And not only that, containment can be built around the depths. Gates, pressure doors, you get the picture. And if something goes wrong, there are far fewer witnesses. No tourists, no hotel balconies, nothing. That is why the Kaiju project would almost certainly move away from the center of the park. And it did. It moved to Site C. And this is where things start to get extremely interesting here. A place where failure could simply be explained as an accident, a marine breach or a breach in containment, a storm came along, and it was never reported. And to keep this project hidden, they're not going to name it something like the Kaiju Project. They need a label which would sound safe enough for a boardroom. But by then, the company had already created an animal far too dangerous for its handlers. And after Jurassic World fell, Masrani Global had every reason to keep that quiet. The company could explain the Indominus, blame it as a one-time attraction hybrid, terrible decision, terrible containment failure. But something along the lines and the size of a kaiju, how the hell would you explain that? I mean, how would you explain that to the government? This is where Site C actually comes into play. You see, on this island, they'd already made a mini kaiju of sorts, the D-Rex. The size of this monster, because it was no dinosaur, it was absolutely huge, a kaiju in itself, and they kept the thing alive. The D-Rex had proved that the idea had gone much further than a hybrid project. Now, I know you might be thinking that the D-Rex was the first hybrid, the prototype hybrid. That is incorrect. They'd already started creating the Scorpius Rex before the D-Rex. This was something else. This was a proof of concept. Not to mention the size of some of these animals on the island. We have the Titanosaur, which is absolutely massive. That could be considered a kaiju in itself. And let's not forget the one thing which brings all this together, the proof that Jurassic World was indeed creating kaiju level assets. Let's bring in the idea of the gargantuan Spinosaurus. You see, in a concept image for Jurassic World Rebirth, we see the gargantuan Spinosaurus. It's absolutely massive. A kaiju-level Spinosaurus. But if Jurassic World was ever going to build something close to this, it would probably not begin with a completely new creature just like that. It would start with something smaller. Proof of concept, right? That's exactly what all this was about. All the other assets were proof to build up to this point. The D-Rex, the Indominus Rex, the military interest, the Site C, all of this pointed towards these kaiju-level assets. Jurassic World was indeed scaling up and gearing towards this. Why? Well, it's obvious. They wanted that military interest, the next big thing. They were never going to fit a kaiju-level monster in one of their parks. This was for the military. Jurassic World wouldn't have randomly decided to build this giant monster. The company would have pushed eventually further and further until one of them crossed into this line, and they obviously did. The D-Rex was bad enough, but this thing out in the ocean is so secret that barely anyone knows about it. That is until you've watched this video today. A creature Jurassic World grew, modified, hid, and then eventually, like always, lost control. Because life will not be contained. It breaks through barriers, and life will find a way. This kaiju project was not cancelled, nor was it ever found. It was not exposed or destroyed. It just simply disappeared from any version of the public story. Or was it actually picked up on the sonar? At one point, we see an asset which the crew were tracking. Could the second asset which appeared on the screen actually have been this gargantuan Spinosaurus? But what do you think? I'd love to hear from you in the comments below. And if you watched it this far, hit that like button, please. It really does help me out. And subscribe for more content like this coming up in the future. You won't want to miss it. Believe you me. Massive thanks to the InGen research team who are on screen now. You guys keep the power on in the park. And if you came across a kaiju-level monster in Jurassic World, could you dare go any worse? You bet Jurassic can. Catch you later.
Oops. I want to grab. I'm gonna be able to adjust that with this. I need these to be thinner. Why did you not grab the thing I told you to grab? I don't know how I feel about the eyes is the thing. Did I make them... Did I make them too tall? Because this works. This looks off. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can find something to eat. I'm starving. I think that when Ray said pizza, that it might have been done, maybe. It's not ready yet. Alright, this lip here is not looking good, in my opinion. It looks just muddy instead of it looking like an inset. Like was originally intended. It looks like an error more than an intentional thing. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. You know, in retrospect, I probably should have. What mom? That one.
Perfect. What do you mean?
Yeah, well. All right. I swear to fucking God, if this is... Alright. Well, before I go into shading, I am gonna wait until I get a response from the actual commissioner. Just to make sure. I am a little less freaking bleh about it now, though, because I showed it to Ray, and Ray showed it to Varix, and they both said it looked good, so... Even getting a slight break away from it, honestly, it looks better. I really just need to... This needs to be in the middle. And then let me save it as not a PNG. It's going into slot 1. Work in Progress 3 is going to keep the entire outfit roster on it. Hey, I was talking about you. Yeah. Beeper. Oh, I actually do have to... Alright. Ba. right. I don't know. We might just switch over to yapping again for a bit. But we made good progress. I definitely can't complain about getting most of that done. And if I don't have to adjust much of anything, I can get this sorted, and then we're golden. I will say, though, oddly enough, this commission has, which is weird because, you know, normally people are like, oh, I'm so burnt out because all I do is stuff for people that... Well, currently I'm eating and I'm yapping about us having gotten this up to color phase done. But most people are like, oh, I'm so burnt out because all I do is commission work and whatnot. And it's normally because they have, like, a specific niche that people are exclusively commissioning them for, so they don't get, like, different flavors. But oddly enough, I think that this commission in particular has... kind of like, it didn't burn out, so I wouldn't exactly say reignited, but, like, it has definitely given me, like, enough different flavor for me to sort of recorrect my brain into being... I've been enjoying working on this, is what the best way to just straight up say it. Because I was kind of stressing and, like, feeling like I was, I don't know, in a rut, maybe? Maybe that's the word? I don't know exactly how to describe how I felt. But this definitely helped. And I got paid for it, so, you know. Green across the board. It also really helps because it... it's like a quarter of that surprise mortgage extra payment. That's a cute emote. I like that. I think that another bonus part of it is that I don't know exactly how to phrase it. I mean, I have the opposite problem. I just have emote slots that are available, and I don't... It's mostly animated emote slots. And I don't know what to put into them. But if you want to use extra emotes, you can 7TV them. It'll be quite a while before I wind up getting more emote slots, probably. I don't know how many emote slots YouTube gives you from the start. But I got, like... I don't even know how many tiers of emote unlocks way back when. Because someone dumped like 30 subs on me at once. I mean, I guess theoretically I could get... If someone were to surprise me like Ray got surprised yesterday and freaking just dump 40 on me. Because I think 40 is my next unlock. Yeah. That would require frame-by-frame animation, and that is not something I'm freaking frame-by-frame animation is nuts. I've done it like twice. And in my case, or in both of them, the animation that I did was like less than a minute long each, and took me like a week a pop. There's some people that have been doing it so long that they've streamlined it enough to where they can do it relatively quickly, but ugh. I'll keep to live 2D animating. I mean, primarily the only time I watch like shows is anime night. So watching present tense, not currently. We just finished Tojima wants to become a Kamen Rider. Actually, I wonder if Mark's posted what we're watching next yet. Or if I guess we're voting on Sunday. Because it's not listed yet. But that was really good. It also has a really good soundtrack. I need to just watch Free Run in general. I haven't actually watched it yet. It's been on the list. The show we watched before Tojima was Hero X, which was also really good. Unfortunately, it ends on a... not exactly a cliffhanger, it's literally just setting up the Season 2. But we do need to wait until Season 2. Which I'm wondering what's going to happen in Season 2, considering... Season 1 was kind of setting up all the different characters and all their, like, how they got to the point by the end of Season 1. And Season 2 seems to be at least starting off with a tournament. But I'm not sure. When is Hero X's second season supposed to come out, actually? I think that it's in production, but I don't know if it's got a date. I see like 6 people that are saying Season 2 release date, status. Season 2 is officially confirmed. I love everyone saying that release date confirmed. And then you click on it and it's like, by the way, there is no release date. We'll tell you when there is. It's like, then don't fucking say it. I know why they're saying it. So they get the clicks, but... So yeah, no idea when that's coming along. We were talking the other day about PSG, which is another thing that I know the Season 2's out for, and I still need to watch that. My guess is that we might be watching one of the 3 anime that we did like a little sample plate of the week before last week. Which was Love Toxin, I believe, is what one of them is called. We Are Nothing Alike, and... Or We Are Polar Opposites or something. Let me see. Where's my anime bookmarks? Not that anime bookmarks. I have so many. A Marriage Toxin, not Love Toxin. May I Ask One Final Thing was the third one that we watched. But all three of those, we only watched like 2 episodes a pop, but they were all really good. My guess would be probably we'd watch You and I Are Polar Opposites, because that's also the one that Mark showed Nikisha when I was at war with a wasp for the first half hour of anime night the following week. But I wouldn't be opposed to any of them. They were all really good. And who knows, maybe we get something else thrown in. For all I know, we could be continuing Legend of the Galactic Heroes, because it has been a while since we watched any of it. I just kind of hang out for Galactic Heroes, though, if I'm to be honest. My eyes glazed over for the entire first season because it was in 360p. And it doesn't have a dub, so I couldn't read the subtitles at all. Because 360p with small subtitles with dyslexia is not a combo to have. But as a result, I haven't really been paying attention to most of the rest of it because I missed the first season entirely. But I don't know. I don't know. What even is on our list currently? Utena, Dirty Pair, Gurren Lagann, Helsing Ultimate. We do have a lot of good ones. Inuyasha's one of those ones that's probably in the no category until if either we give up on Galactic Heroes or we finish Galactic Heroes, because it's also a really long one. Ghost in the Shell. Oh, that's what I was thinking of the other day. I was thinking of Standalone Complex that I was going to tell Mark to add it to the list. But apparently it's already there. I guess that past me already had that idea. Monogatari is another one that we probably need to freaking have set to itself. I forgot, we actually have quite a few, really good ones that I recognize on here. We do have Free Run on the list for Anime Night as well. There's also a chance that we just watch a movie as well. Because we do have a few just... OVAs, I guess is the best way to put it. Oh, this hasn't been updated yet, because it still has in progress Tojima wants to be a common writer. Was Durarara bad? Who's meowing? You! Come here. You're never in here, come here. Hi. Oh! You're so fat! Yeah. Would you like to readjust yourself to be more okay, I guess you're just gonna fuck off then. You just wanna freaking sit on the... She wants to sit on the clipboard. I don't know why. I will be right back though. I need to use the bathroom. When you scream at me to get attention, you lose your right to say that you don't want attention. Bitchy bratty lady, who's also very stinky. Meow. Alright. Get music going back up. What the hell? Marked one, what the hell? For some reason I thought that tomorrow was Saturday. I was like, oh yeah, I get to play that tomorrow. No. I mean, I could. FAFO day, I can play whatever I want. What? I already have stuff that I need to play tomorrow. I guess I don't need to, but I'm going to. Especially since, you know, I now have a hole where tactics game was. Because fucking Memolith just decided, whoa. Whoa, enemy that ignores your ability to actually interact with them upon ye. It's a shame, too, because I really was enjoying it until the second time I went through that area. That's the worst part. It was the second time I went through that area, and it just 180'd me. I don't know how I got through that area the first time. In a way that didn't make me want to die. I guess I got lucky or something? But yeah, freaking... I don't know what the logic was behind it, dude. Interesting. But yeah, I got given another tactical game. Let me actually see if they want me to do anything special with it. Through August 7th, so Twitch drops will be available tomorrow. So I guess then I'm hitting it just in time. I better be on time tomorrow, though, because I don't know if it ends at midnight or what time it ends. I mean, it's probably midnight, like CST, or not CST, PST. Because... Motherfucker. But I'm assuming it's midnight PST because Twitch. Okay then. Anyway. Drink shorty? What? What? How you doing tonight, Louisan? I mean, if I had stuff, I'd probably drink. At least a bit. I don't want to freaking get into anything too, like, heavy, but... Hydrate I can do. I must have missed the hydrate redeem. What did I just fucking say, Ray? It's debatable. It is still moonshine at the end of the day. It is the specific thing, not quantity, that I'm referring to. Because I would be wanting to drink for enjoyment rather than alcohol. Too bad my taste in alcohol is too goddamn expensive. And that's just a beer. I actually have no idea how much it is. It's definitely not freaking 30 bucks like it was in that dream. That was a horrifying dream. It is 11:30, and I don't really want to get, like, started on something new right now. Let's see if there is anyone to raid into, though. Ba-ba-ba-ba. There's a few options. Let's see here. I'll roll a d4. Whopper, ironically, is working on a frame-by-frame animation. Tomorrow I got a tactics game that we're gonna be doing. I already know what I'm doing for FAFO Day. It's the most I've known what I'm doing since I stopped doing Memolith. Stalker as per usual. Sunday, I wing it. And then Monday we start GTA 5. And maybe, hopefully, I don't have to actually cancel that because of GTA 5 being goofy. No other real announcements. We made good progress today. I'll probably wind up finishing this off stream unless I have to do major adjustments to it. Simply for the fact that, I only really have shading left to do as far as I know. So I'm not going to hold that off until next stream. I'm out of time. Thank you all for watching. Love you all. Bye. Behave yourselves. Thanks for the raids, all the subscribes, blah, 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 blah.